Yeah.
Recording in progress.
There we go. So now hopefully you can all see the screen again.
Yep.
Excellent.
I got
So yes, Gardner's debut, Thomason's in, and Nestor's back. And Deisler, or as Rob called him earlier, Desiree, is on the bench.
Wellington Ferguson.
Yeah, Wellens and Ferguson continuing in midfield.
I mean, yeah, Rob's off his tits though, isn't he? So he's always about to do something like this.
is that the weakest Devils lineup we've all seen ever?
No,
in this save, possibly.
Yeah.
I'd be starting Henry over Thomason and Deisler over Wellens personally if that was my team.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 names that just don't belong in that quality team.
I'd probably play Zowie left back over Gardner.
Get a bench spot.
I know that's mad, isn't it? I mean, Rob just don't give a fuck, does he?
Steve brought just one change. Adolfo came in for the injured Mackay.
Adolfo. Fuck's sake, Steve, right? Just because you're a polite, nice man doesn't mean you can get away with war crimes like this. I want Arca back. I'm not having Arca teeing up Adolfo. That's bullshit.
If he doesn't score, we scored a couple of get an assist to Adolfo. Look at his ratings. It was like the best Adolfo I've ever seen, in fairness. So,
you can all obviously join in the chat as you wish, but I'll carry on asking Macca only for his score predictions.
1-1.
1-1. Let's kick off and see if you're right then. Well, there's the one from Pens. Oh no, it's been disallowed. Thomason offside. See, it's weird not commentating like I normally would because you can all see it. Just feels really quiet.
Also, when I watch on-court comms with you on Zoom, I don't get all of this. I get like sporadic bits, but I'm getting everything now.
I was just thinking it looks loads faster than I'm used to seeing it on here. Like you can see every slide.
Well, this is exactly how you get it every time, just with more people watching.
No. What an awful game between 2 awful people managing 2 awful teams. Stay right, by winning it, you put a fucking bullseye on your back, lad. You know how I work. A bullseye that I will lose on penalties to and not even play you in the playoffs, but you've been politely warned.
Steve's brought his lucky charm, I hear. This brings back lockdown memories big time, says Jens.
What's that, his sock or his missus? Or both? Are they the same thing? Venn diagram?
Did you say his sock or his missus or both? Are they the same thing?
Yeah, it's Venn diagram.
Steve, you making any changes here?
Yeah, let's bring Alessandro on for Jurgen Johnson, please, mate. See if we can. It'll be a week of pissing there, but no worse than Diego Llorente was. So Danny Welbeck looking
right,
like.
Say that one again, mate. I didn't catch who the names were.
Alessandro for Jurgen Johnson, please, mate.
I thought you said Danny Welbeck.
No, I went into. I said it'd be a week of pissing that centre midfield, but Llorente when he made Danny Welbeck look like a prime for the Ronaldo or whatever it was earlier today.
So was it for Good Johnson? Sorry.
Yeah, it was, mate.
Yeah, just like that.
Proper regretting that he's speaking and go through now.
Rob's not on the chat, so we'll just show him his stats for when he watches it back, and we will kick off. So much easier with you on the chat. Look, I don't have to.
Actually, isn't it?
Every week now, we'll just open up Zoom. Just let everyone on it.
Oh, do you know what? This would be a great format. Do you know when we do the fuck about friendlies and Super League chats and this, that, and the other? This would be a great way to do it, I think.
Just have everyone on the Zoom record it and upload it for later.
Well, yeah, because I mean, of the 13 viewers we get, like 12 of them, well, 10 of them are Super League managers and 3 are Alf's different profiles.
Steve, making any further changes at this point?
Yeah, bring Inzaghi on for Adolfo and swap him with Saviola, please.
Is that it?
Yeah, he's done all right as Adolfo, but they can get a bit more power up there.
Bit more power. I'll tell you what, to be fair, you've kept Devils relatively quiet. Oh, Nesta going off.
Got to be Henry, hasn't it? The pace to track back and sweep up, bit like Kyle Walker.
Got who was it? Was it Mac or was it Hodgie when we did that with Gazelles and we brought Gaitan on in like holding midfield and Martin's not let us forget it since.
We would definitely
Hodgie.
He said he didn't even know who he was, didn't he? Who Gaitan was.
How you feeling, Steve? 15 to go. You're going to win this?
Probably not, mate. But
did I predict a 1-1? So
might
draw.
sneak a draw.
All right, Steve, draw's not a bad result, is it? I mean, Devils are still Devils, aren't they? Even if they have got a lunatic in charge. Just like you know, the Nazis were still the Nazis, despite Hitler losing his head in the last few years.
Totally agree, mate. Totally agree.
Are you just comparing Rob to Hitler there? Okay, by the way.
He's compared me to worse. The thing is, do you know what? I have no beef with Rob. I just hate his old Sloths team. That's all it is. But Rob's took it personally for some reason.
You happy with 0-0, Steve?
How can you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. If Mac concedes tonight, I've got best defensive league. So yeah, I'm looking at that very well.
I'll tell you what, Steve, right there, knife twister.
Look at you getting Rio Ferdinand a Man of the Match award.
He's had 86, 86, 9. I think something like that. He's been.
So I was just finished shagging.
I'll tell you what, the last thing he needs is more kids.
The thing is, so although he's muted, he's probably got the volume on, which means Mrs. Tato's just hearing you all say it. He's been shagging. There's a reason that Steve doesn't let the future Mrs. Steve number 2 ever watch these shows with him live.
No, there isn't. Ow. Just don't tend to fall on right days, that's all.
Oh, is that right? You don't ever plan it that you don't see her on a Thursday and a Sunday. Oh, speaking, I was going to do it at the end anyway, but as we're on the, no, we don't want Gazelles yet, do we? There's still one more.
It's Haggis Hools.
Haggis Hools.
In the top Shagger derby, I think.
What the fuck's going on here?
He stripes off the computer.
What the fuck has happened here?
He's crossing out Bruno, Viduka, Samba, Smith.
Class.
I've absolutely no idea why this is doing this. This is some Danny Neville on Sky Sports shit. What the fuck?
Is he drawing a cat?
And there you can just see him fucking.
What is Tato doing it? How is he doing it? I didn't realise you guys could do this.
Well, I'll tell you what. There goes the live stream of Zoom for all the friendlies, doesn't it?
You can all get that now.
Delete.
I don't know what the fuck I've done, lads. Sorry.
No, it's not you, Ian.
Nah.
I think it was originally, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I
Okay,
think you did the red lines, Ian. I think Tato then started doing yellow lines.
Can I get rid of the red lines? I don't know what the fuck I've done.
Control Z.
Should I just exit?
I don't know if you exited is going to affect it, but this, I mean, it's quality content nonetheless, Ian. Anyway, so Ian made one change to his team. Del Piero starts in place of Bruno, who dropped to the bench. Other than that, he maintains the side that drew 2-2 with you last time out, Macca.
Yeah, I think from memory, Ian was the better team. Yeah, he was. Felt lucky to get away with that one. But here we are, still unbeaten. It's just fucking Ryan Giggs, man. Honestly, Giggs for Shevchenko. Honestly.
Tato says, press pen and then erase and rub it out. If I'm losing to a manager who thinks this is paint.
Well, isn't it? This is how Ian does his tactics every week.
It takes piss out of Martin for painted by numbers.
So what as you're on, Ian, what
Yeah.
brought you into this tactic? Because obviously you tried it in the friendly and you've kept it since. What was it about this one that you decided to use in the Super League?
I just thought it needed mixed up faith. I've tried everything else, so I thought, why not give it a try? I've got the players to play in that position, so I just thought fuck it. I've done a wee bit of home saves and it was working, so I'm just rolling with it. I've got the players to play in the positions, so I just give it a bash. Yeah.
Nice.
To be fair, Ian, I use that. Since I've joined Super League, I've used that 2-1-4-1-2 on a home save. I used to use that 5. Do you remember when I took charge of your team in Swemp and I did that 3-4-1-2?
Yeah.
That was my stock home save formation for about 18 fucking years. That. Anyway, who's this? Sexy Hools. Oh,
this is
yeah,
Sexy Hools.
What a man.
With Ian's drawings all over it.
As you can see, Ian's cleverly highlighted the midfield low block. Yeah, and he's also pointed out that the 2 defenders and keeper do exist, which is tremendous.
He's suggesting a save there, a swap of Davis for Gerrard and Molesky for Baldini, which I think is an odd one.
I was going to say that's an unusual choice of early substitution.
So Hall's obviously last time out they had the injury to the other Gerrard, and he's out for a long period of time. The news broke for he's out for yet another month. So they made 3, I think, reserve swaps, including Dimble, a man you'll be quite familiar with, has made his way back into the first team fold. Doesn't play today, but as you can see by the cleverly positioned lines, he has scored a goal in the reserves.
Yeah, he does that. Yeah.
Is it just me, or is coincidentally here these red lines have just made absolutely everything worth viewing?
I'm trying to get back in there, but things.
Oh, Steve's gone.
Tato saying, Ian, fucking rub it out.
That's what I'm trying to do. I think I'm going to have to come out the chat and then I'm going to come out and then come back in. Right?
No, it's not going to get rid of your lines, is it?
I don't know how the lines.
You need to go back on the edit thing.
I don't know how to get back. I'm pushing that button, but it's not doing that, innit?
Tato, stop writing shit on the screen.
Yeah, I'm going to come out and come back in. Wait there now.
Fucking carnage. Mac has put his hand up now.
Tato said, rub it out. No.
He's lost it.
All right, well done. Good team, Ian. Let's click continue game, mate. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I mean, this is absolutely incredible.
Macca, have you got a score prediction, please?
I mean, well, it looks like 11 dash already in the red, but I don't know. Haggis, I think Haggis might have too much for Hools here, which is a shame. But I think it'd be 2-1.
2-1. Let's kick off and hope that Ian's lines don't affect people too much. Early yellow. Stika getting booked as well. Oh, Jens is around. Jens, you're going to go one at the back?
Is Jens around?
He is. He's not got his video on. He's doing it solely in the chat. He said, "Fuck off."
That Baldini from Molesky stuff looks quite handy now.
You do know if Jens comes over for the football game in July, you do know he wiped the fucking floor with a lot of us.
I have no doubt.
Bagsy on Jens' team.
No reason.
I don't know what's he doing. I mean, you could drop
Here we go.
Davis off,
off,
Vogel down with an arrow centrally.
I think he wants his centre back moved a long way to the left. Fuck off, Tato. Don't confuse me by posting messages at the same time.
Baldini for whom?
Davis off.
Oh, Davis for Baldini. Baldini at the back. And I dropped Vogel into DM, and then Vogel, did he say he wants an arrow up?
Like that.
So let me scroll the chat. Arrow centrally. Yeah, well, that's to the centre, isn't it? So he said yes. He said yes.
I'm following it, don't worry. Ian, while you were logging out and logging in for no obvious reason, all you've missed is that Rustico's been sent off in 4 minutes.
Good. I still can't see the screen. It just says Stephen Pfeiffer started sharing the screen. I can't see it, and I'm really sorry about that, lads. I was trying to get the message.
It's because you've hang on. I'll fix it for you. You should see it now.
I love how giving you your granddad status means that you're just completely writing off any tech knowledge whatsoever. That's all.
I know, mate, I'm really bad. The lines are away from me, by the way.
Yeah, the lines have all gone now.
Sorry about that, lads. It's disgraceful. I'm just not going to touch it.
All right.
Fuck it now.
Right, shall we carry on with the game?
Yes, please.
Fucking carnage, this one. Trying to follow what's going on in the chat as well.
Everyone fucking hungover and late for work tomorrow. Where were you? Right. Well, have you heard of Champman 0102?
Have you had a Zoom? Have you had a
Zoom?
Is anything going on in the I'm not following the actual Twitter group chat. Is Alf still posting shit?
Off which account? No. 5.
Ian, Mendietta's running riot. Are we going to get another hat trick?
Come on, boys.
Mike Duff.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
So we've reached half time.
Honestly, you keep saying to be able to edge him.
Right, let's go to the match stats. And Halls have spent virtually the whole half playing with 10 men. Ian's Haggis have taken full advantage with Mendieta running riot. Let's bring your stats up, Ian, and you can let me know if you want to change anything. What's going on in the background? Oh God! Between Steve having background noise and Ian's Wi-Fi running out.
Yeah, it's only mate. I've been a bad dad like the lad to stay up on a PlayStation for this.
Ian, are you still there? You look like you might have frozen.
Right, let's take a word from our sponsors at this point in time. It'll never replace Peroni.
While Ian sorts.
Has anybody had any of this gear yet? This Madry? Apparently, it's just strong Carlin, but tastes all right.
I've heard overrated, but
yeah, so it's all right.
Steve, have you seen the chat?
No, I don't get to see it. Just a little bit to point up. But Dimble on the final bit when I was down with him the other week, I still went for Carlin. Even on Madra.
It's all right, isn't it?
It's all right. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's fairly easy, isn't it?
Okay, so for those not keeping up, Jens has just said thanks for Rustico, Steve. Tato says it tastes like San Miguel to me, Macca.
I think it's less harsh than San Miguel. I prefer it to San Miguel.
Gerard and Roberts are both coming on for Halls. Jens is just deciding who for. Oh, Ian's back.
He's put 20p in the meter.
While I wait for confirmation from Jens, let me go back to the Twitter chat to see what else been posting.
Shite, probably.
Robbed by a gremlin. Another late goal.
Oof, Contra subbed for his first time in Super League history.
Is Zoom being recorded? Yes.
I'll have him back.
I think you need him back in.
I do.
Right, get Contra off for Gerard.
And Jeremy's and Samuel.
Can I take Emerton off your hands then?
If I get Contra, you can have
CZ for
Emerton.
Crespo.
Right.
Okay.
Gerard
Although saying that, I've lost the
Centimid.
jewel in the crown now, Ian, so I've nobody bloody trade.
Kandaya,
Yeah, true.
Moleskin, Vogel.
Redraft.
Shut up about redraft.
Do you know what? So
Private.
I can't believe I'm saying this publicly, but I'm quite precious over the whole Fulchester C-suite agenda. If you do a redraft but keep the original teams, I will stay with Fulchester because I'm not having any other cunt touch it.
No.
So, Piper, are you going to post? I can't remember it from our game, like end match stats and stuff from games. I can't remember screenshotting it.
Yes, Steve. And
Good,
Zoom will be uploaded in the morning as well.
Oh, that's all right. I just want to see how Julio Acker's doing.
Steve got bed.
Oh yeah.
Martin's currently trying to join the Zoom from about three different links as well, just to further confuse the situation. Don't. Right. Ian, are you changing anything at halftime?
I'm not, mate. I'm going to roll with it. I'm very, very happy with it. So just get it over and done with, mate.
Okay, mate. No worries. We'll go on to 60 then and see what happens. You're looking for more goals, that's for sure.
Come on, boys.
How do you get all these goals out of these teams? Like, honestly, I think I've scored over 100 goals in a league season about once.
Viduka's added a fourth, and we've reached 60 minutes. Ian, if you'd like to maybe rest a few players, you've got a few yellow cards there.
Yeah, Bruno for Del Piero.
That's the one, Mark. I'm going to go with that. Mate.
I'd give Alan Smith to Viduka as well. Avoid that red card.
That's exactly what I'm going to do, Marker. Thank you very much.
And then the final one, mate, the final one, I'd probably, given Joe Cole's looking a bit fucking hungover, I'd bang on even a Helguera and just that midfield three of absolute tackling bastards and lock it down. That's what I'd do.
Lock it down. They're 4-0 up.
Yeah, well,
I'm going to just leave it at that, Fifey. I'll give Helguera give him a wee rest. I will go with that. Fuck it. Cole might get a goal.
Give him a wee rest. He hasn't played a game yet this season.
He's kicking on a bit, mate. He was a player of the season last year. He's just waiting in the wings to come in. This is good for the goal difference, by the way.
I mean, I'm obviously making this up, but didn't last year he basically fucking nearly drag it at playoffs? Like every week, every week was about 20 tackles, 4 penalties, and Haggis winning. All Helguera.
Jens is also asking for a goalie change, having made all 3 subs.
Nice to play against 2 managers.
Welcome to the show, Martin.
This is my punditry. You reckon Ralph Rangnick listens to Carragher at half time? That's why I'd have brought Helguera on, because you could have dropped him straight back now. But never mind.
Right, I want to bring Helguera on for Cole and just put me in data central. That'll do me. Last time. Helguera at the back, obviously.
Yeah, I got it.
That's the one.
Yeah. Right, Twitter, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, Jens, do you want to do anything? You're allowed to make a tactical alteration, given that they've just had a man sent off.
And Constanzo for Roberts at this point in time.
Yes, please. Stop drawing shit.
Right.
Fucking hell, we're not doing this again. Oh God. Can I draw it? No. Well,
This end up being best like Super League night ever. But laugh or what? Yeah.
It might be up there.
They're like old school FIFA corner arrows, aren't they?
FIFA 98 Road to World Cup arrows.
You need to bend it more.
Wait, Bag and Collins up front. Okay. Take Baldini off and play with 10 men. 9 men. He's realised.
Honestly, piss Jens is like the best person you want to be on side with, and the worst person you want to be against.
Gerard Jens?
Oh, you're just trolling him, aren't you?
Do what you want with it, 5 feet crap. Stop drawing over Baldini.
Redraft, absolutely class.
Fucking hell. Right, we've only got 10 minutes to go.
What a win, by the way, boys. What a win.
Fuck off, you played
What a
against
win.
10 men for the whole game.
What a win. Still, rules are fancied. Shite Haggis. Two shots at that.
This
Two
is
shots on goal.
Haggis' year, isn't it?
Champions
You
elect.
know, Ian. You know, mate.
It's absolutely not. We'll do everything in my power to prevent that shit.
Mendieta gets man of the match, and Ryan Giggs puts in a good performance as well.
Delighted with that, mate. Absolutely delighted. Stam getting the Reds a wee bit of downer. But I'm happy with that, mate. Good game.
Mendieta, 2 goals and 1 assist. That's ridiculous.
Unreal.
Elgar, right, as well.
Wow, 10 sixes out of 11.
Poor.
That's consistent, that.
That's unbelievable.
What can you say?
Commiserations to Jens. Congrats to Ian. What's going on in the chat now? Do you need me to highlight the match ratings? No, fuck off.
Do it.
No, oh Jesus fucking wept. Honestly,
Right.
this is like, do you know what? Considering after Clown's era teachers, this is almost like, do you know what? They should know. Kids taking over the lesson. Oh, is it on to us now?
Yes, it's the final game. We finally got there.
Yeah, so this is I thought I was at home and I could go balls out, so this ain't going to work. I'm going to get beat 2-1 from Mr. Martin.
2 changes for you, Maka. Quaresma coming in for Beckham, who was unavailable.
Beckham's injured. Yeah, he's injured for a month.
And Figo in for Ronaldo, who doesn't even make the bench.
No, I don't feel like Ronaldo's 6.8 rating is particularly useful against Gazelles and their midfield. So we've gone for a tight midfield 3 of tackling bastards, as you can see, and hopefully the other lads will do the business.
Potato, working on whiteboards and highlighting shit is basically my job. It's good to know that we can do this. Maybe it's a new facet that we could add to my. I'll just start drawing shit on the screen to highlight when I'm saying players.
I definitely think there should be a Monday night piss take where somebody's drawing arrows over what me and you have like done on the Sunday Fifey, for example, and just like critiquing everything, going, oh, you know, what's Corcom's on about here, or what's manager doing that, you know, just absolutely savage it. It'd be perfect for somebody like Swan and Large Horse, wouldn't it?
Yes, Martin. We did already get a cock drawn. Tato decided to show Ian what he was doing by drawing a cock. Maka, on a redraft, we are doing shared management on a Hall's full chester collaboration. Only sign handsome players.
Well, Pavel Nedved wouldn't be on the bench in that instance, would he?
Let's have a look at Gazelles. Martin is here to watch. Which credit to him, because it's, you know, it's a lot later than it normally is. What did he do? He made a couple of changes. Bramble's in. Bramble's in for Mourinho, who doesn't even make the squad for this game. Asamoah's been called up from the reserves, but he doesn't get into the team. And Nelka replaces Madeira in the starting 11. That's about right, isn't it, Martin?
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
Do you know what, Martin? I'm not just saying this to try and appease you because we've agreed on some politics stuff recently, but you seem to have my number with this, and I can't quite come up with a formation to counter that 3 midfield. So I reckon I might get Dix here. I was hoping having the 2 midfield lads, Gattuso and Van der Laan, just like
the fuck's just drawn 3.
Yeah, great game, Martin. Yeah, great game, Martin.
Stop the count.
Let's kick off and wish both managers luck in the final game. This is going to be gone. I hope this all comes through on the record so everyone can see it. It's not just us talking about shit that people can't actually see when I upload it. I don't want to upset you, Macca, but this is very Gazelles heavy so far.
I thought it would be. That's why I've tried to. Like I said, I thought I was at home. I thought I'd have more ball, but still stifle the midfield. So, I mean, I've obviously done something wrong here. I mean, Titus Bramble is up against Andriy Shevchenko, and for some reason it's an even contest.
At half time, you've created one additional chance, Macca, but it's been when you consider the first game and a couple of others that have been quite entertaining. This is fairly poor by comparison.
I did, if you recall, I did warn everybody it would be gash.
You did. Let's start with Martin then. Let him have a look at his stats and see if he wants to make any changes. Stop highlighting the stats, Tato.
I'm getting a bit fed up with Pinardi, but we don't really have any options. I mean, like, did we even have Nakata played? Can you click on Nakata? I don't know if he's played yet.
One sub appearance.
Well, you can have another one now. I'll put him on for. Oh, should we? Yeah, put him on for Pinardi. See if that helps.
Jens raised his hand. What would you like to say, Jens? He's raised his hand and then put it in the chat. Fuck off, Jens. So are we doing Pinardi for Nakata, Martin, yeah?
Yeah, why not?
Anything else?
No, I think everyone else seems to be doing all right. 7th and an 8 for Yakubu. I think that's acceptable.
What do you mean, pure sixes now?
Let's have a look. Not pure sixes. There are a couple in there, Macca.
Right. Okay. What do you want to do? Do you know what? Let's again. Van der Vaart's not doing too bad. We'll hold on till the 60th minute, please. 5 feet. Okay.
Holding on. We will. Let's see if we can get some excitement in this second half.
I created a non for TV because my stream and I love surfing.
And I have an injured man.
Someone's got an injury, yeah, but Gazelle's are first up. So Martin, any additional changes wanted at this stage?
Well, there's not much. Can you make the arrows on Dede and Yakubu longer? And take the arrows off Hersey and Seedorf.
Fuck off, Tato.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll try and go with that. Get the wide man to do something.
Yeah. Okay. Figo is the man that's injured, Macca.
Okay,
Mourinho
so
household bed's like jumping up and down now with Tato laughing his head off in his when she misses asleep. I've had that before. I've been on one of these streams like listening in, and everyone's fucking shaking in the house.
So what I would like to do here at 5 feet is, could you bring Nedved on for Figo?
Yep.
But then drop Nedved back into AMC.
Yep.
With an arrow up.
Mm-hmm.
And then swap him for Van der Vaart.
Yep.
And bring on Trezeguet for Shevchenko.
Oh, that's a game changer. That Nedved out of that wing. Oh, I think that's going to be curtains for us. Let's see.
It won't. It'll be Gazelle's 2-0. Or it'll finish 0-0.
Dimble, have you seen the chat?
Yeah. Make all large arrows. Okay, let's get it over and done with. Although if anybody wants to stick around and chat, I'll do it. Anyway, right, come on. Yeah, I look forward to Martin beating me 1-0 to a Seedorf 87th minute goal.
Let's find out. As it's the last game and we're well over subscription time anyway, I'll leave it on fast commentary as opposed to very fast. We're approaching 70 minutes anyway when I would slow it down.
Yeah, that's why you always got to have it, reverse card on you.
You have got to always have it like that, Steve, yeah.
Reverse.
Look, we're listening to what his lad's saying, and Steve isn't even paying attention.
I said 87 instead of 78, but there you go.
So Seedorf assist again, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Panathinaikos Mandingo.
Back out.
Fucking knew I'd lose this. Honestly, knew I'd lose this game. Oh, yes!
Ooh.
But it's offside.
Ryan in.
You just expect, don't you? You just expect fucking offside bullshit.
Oh, Trezeguet.
Final whistle. Final
Injury
whistle.
time
Final whistle.
limbs.
Don't lose.
Injury time limbs from Gazelles. Oh. Oh.
Give me a fucking break.
Oh. Oh.
That'll do. Another draw.
Brambo must be careful now. You can imagine that all the way through his career.
Who the fuck has just said Macca out? Are they taking the piss? I'm still unbeaten. I might be second now, but
Still
whatever.
being Mackay.
Aye, but I'm second now in the league, I think.
One of two of us, Macca.
Seedorf man of the match, Martin.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
Some players said off.
The fucking state of those central. I don't know what we're gonna do to get central midfield actually working. There's always some prick that lets the side down, isn't it? Hersey was the best of what we had last season, and now he's gosh, yeah. Oh well. Anyway, Basidas or whatever he is has done well on loan, so that's good. Bramble on a 7, better than Mourinho. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, can't really complain with a 1-1 draw against the league leaders, but I would have liked 3 points considering we were leading.
I reckon I could get numbers out of Hersey.
Well, maybe if there's a mid-season window, you can discuss it.
Oh.
How many in the mid-season window, Fifey?
It's only game week 6, Ian. Let's not get carried away.
I know, but this is
12 transfers. 12 transfers, whatever you want.
Do you know what? That's not a bad performance from us boys. That Yepes and Butt again, the absolute monsters. Look at that. 31 tackles they attempted between them. 45 if you include Gattuso. That's fucking ridiculous. It's not bad. I mean, Gazelles are a tricky side. I don't care how much Martin downplays himself or signs unknowns from the Mongolian 4th Division. They're a tricky team.
Definitely. I agree, Macca.
Anyway, let's see if I'm second with a negligible goal difference.
Let's have a look at the league table, lads.
Well, here's the let's do this properly, guys. Here's the classifieds. We started with the entertaining 2-3 between Dragons and Vostok. Then there's 0-0 between Dudley Hill and the Devils. 1-1 between Gazelles and Fulchester. Haggis beating Halls 4-0. A 1-0 win for Leddersford over Loco. Churchtown also won 4-0. And Sloths 2, Astor 2. Fixtures so I can go to bed. Yes, Jens. Hang on. So Haggis, now top of the league.
Marginally.
Look at the goals scored.
Look at the goals scored, boys. Goals scored. Look at that. The entertainers.
You've played 6 games and you've played against a grand total of 55 men in that time.
I just look at the league table, Macca. I mean, 14 goals scored. We're the entertainers. Hools, where everybody was waxing lyrical about Hools, but we're just quietly going about our business. Aye.
Fucking hell.
Fulchester second on a point behind, and then Devils a further point behind. Dudley and Loco a further point behind them on 10. Churchtown on 9 above the dotted line. Then Astor on 8. Halls, Leddersford, Bostock all on 7. Sloths and Dragons 6. Gazelles 5. And Northern Burnian, still the only team without a win. What are you circling there, Tato?
I thought his name was go to bed. Fuck off.
Would be good to try and play Haggis 11v11 for once.
He's got a point. If Haggis played a full, I think the only 11 they've played this year is me, isn't it? The only full 11.
Fixtures for the next round of games: Bostock Sloths, Churchtown Astor, Fulchester Dragons, Halls Gazelles, Loco, Dudley.
Congratulations to Haggis on the queue as well.
Congratulations on the open top bus.
Are we in danger of Haggis being in Astor territory from last year, where Tato was manager of the year after 6 games?
Tato will never be manager of the year again, ever.
I
Not on
think,
my watch.
I think, I'll be honest, I think we're in danger of Midlothian being third and should have cemented the place and missing out.
Cheers, Steve.
I wish Greavesy was in the chat.
Why?
Don't
Because it'd be
worry.
11 v 1.
He'll be seeing plenty. Some of you like to see stats, even though they'll come up on the board anyway. But there's a Volodenkov, currently the best player in the league, didn't we?
So he's only played 3 games though, so I'm not going to get carried away. But he's been class, yeah.
Pizarro and Hussein. Hussein on 5 goals, 4 of them tonight.
He's only played for 45 minutes and he's got 5 goals. So.
What else do you want to see? There's been a lot of cards. I mean, fucking 5 yellow cards already is a joke.
Ridiculous.
Red cards, lots of players on 1. Pass completion. Just to confirm, because Swindon are in the playoffs and our second leg is Thursday, and you know there's chance of extra time and penalties, so not to delay anybody, I'm going to automatically put the next round of games back to Friday night, just so the playoffs, you're not all waiting for Swindon's playoffs to finish. So Friday night will be the next round of fixtures, not Thursday.
Fife, a serious question. Is that still going to give you enough time to turn everything around by Sunday for a Sunday fixture?
Of course it will.
Okay then, fair enough. I know we are getting up to bank holiday territory as well, so you might get some eager. No, in a couple of weeks, so you might get some eager beavers going. Oh, Queen's Jubilee triple header or some nonsense.
If I can fit a Queen's Jubilee triple header in, I will fit a Queen's Jubilee triple header in. No, but, I don't think the Queen's had a triple header for a couple of decades.
I'm not asking for a triple header. I just know some of the artisans within this group will. I'd prefer to have maybe just 1 game because I might be steaming for a full week. just as I pretend I've got
Tato,
work.
go to bed.
Foot the Queen, Viva the Super. There's quite a lot of left wingers in this group, isn't there?
He's already in bed, isn't he? Peeled off.
He is. He's not one out. I need to like peeled fucking King Edward or whatever it is.
Maris Piper.
He is.
You'll be pleased to know, despite the other technical issues on YouTube, the game is now saved at that point.
Wonderful.
That's the only reason I'm here. So I'm off.
So I will send the packs out tomorrow when I finish work, and yes, the next round of fixtures will be Friday. I'll get this uploaded so everyone else can watch it as well.
Cheers, 5 feet.
All right, guys.
Nice one, 5 feet.
Cheers.
I'm going to stay on if anyone's bored. Or Steve, you're still pissed.
Yeah, I can leave the Zoom link up. That's not a problem.
Do you mind? Because I'm saying that I've got to be up at about 6:30 anyway, but whatever.
Yeah, no issue for me at all.
I'm going to go off to bed, boys. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Well done, Ian. Cracking result, mate.
Off into the sunset, Ian. Well done, mate.
Cheers, lads.
Well done. What a title. What a winner.
I know. Aye. Right, boys. Thank you. See you later. Catches. Sorry about the drawing. That was fucking. I don't know.
It was fantastic, mate. It was fantastic.
What I was trying to do was get into the chat, so I pushed that because the wee pen thing, and then I started doing that, and I need to fucking get sorted out, man. I'm really bad with technology. I still don't know how to get into the chat. Well, how do you get into the chat? Get into type chat? How do you do it?
Just wiggle your mouse, and down at the bottom there should be a little speech bubble that says chat next door to participants and share screen.
I'm on my
Are you on Zoom?
I'm on my phone. So it's like more participants and then share. So is it the more or the participants I click? More.
Yeah, try more. And it should be in chat.
Chat. That's it now. That's it. Fuck's sake. Right, boys.
Yeah, but there's only Tato in the chat anyway, Ian, and he's already claiming that you've got an extra assistant manager tonight in Macca, so you don't want to be in the chat anyway, mate.
I know that was It was obvious. So
Ian,
great minds,
great minds, mate. I mean, that's why we're top of the league, lads. Do you know what I mean? A collective 25 points between us. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I can't say anything, mate. I need to hand myself over to a assistant manager, don't I? I've got to find one.
Ian in chat. How'd you find chat? Yeah, it's this one. Fuck off.
Right, boys.
Right, night, Ian. Pleasure,
I'm off to bed. See you later, lads. See you later, boys. Cheers.
Right then, and then there were Pfeiffer. You go if you want, mate. If you're tired. Bear in mind, I'm not working tomorrow. Like I said, I'm getting up to drop my kid at nursery and then play golf twice.
I can stay on for 5 or 10 minutes, not a problem. And then I'll just leave the link up for those that want to stay on.
Oh Christ, the weather's grim overnight. Pissing down tomorrow, all afternoon. Thunderstorms. Oh, you are taking a piss.
Think about those receptive greens though, Macca.
The one day she's let me play golf this week, and I've got fucking. Oh, you are. Love it. Honestly, I love the golf.
You're 36 tomorrow.
I am. Well, yeah. Weather not being a factor. If we get hooted off, then there's nothing I can do.
You have a hooter at your course.
Yeah, there'll be a man. There'll be a man driving round with an air horn going.
I've never understood it. I don't mind. Like, obviously, if you're carving the course up, then yeah, you don't play. But if it like the rain, it's the wind. Rain's okay, innit? It's the wind that you can't play in.
Yeah, so sometimes if it's like howling like 40, 50 mile an hour or whatever, like you can't do anything in that. But then sometimes the rain's so torrential, you can't do anything in that either. Like, and to be fair, because we're part of Marriott, if the course is like playable in any way, shape or form, they will open it to try and get people out, just because you'll have visitors and hotel guests and all that nonsense. But it's what it is. Like, it'll be okay. I mean, given how dry it's been, it probably needs a bit of the rain anyway, and I'm hoping it holds off. But
I mean, you're at a decent course if you're Marriott and that. You've probably got like good staff there and all that.
Well, we're a little bit understaffed. The bunkers are still shite, but it's not too bad. I'd say it's as good as most courses for the same price anyway. It's not quite your Lytham St Anne's or your Fleetwoods or anything like that, but it's decent for a Parkland course.
What do you play off there, Max?
So I won't bullshit you because it's on Golf England, but I'm currently off 6.8, so 7 basically. There's your proof.
Oh man, what else? You need to do all that. But I'm terrible, mate.
How long you got? What paternity have you got back here?
2 weeks.
All right, so we're not talking about.
I'm taking the full 2 weeks, yeah. And to be honest with you, I'm trying to plan me. So basically, I applied for, or I started speaking to another company about a job in London. Well, a couple of days a week in London back in January, and it's dragged on and on and on and on. And Friday just gone. Friday last week. They formally offered me the role, but they just need to send me a contract over, and that's when I'll find out what salary they're offering, that kind of stuff. So what I want to do is shithouse my company, and whilst I'm on paternity leave, and I get this new contract, then just go, yeah, by the way, because since I moved teams internally, they've changed me from a 3-month notice down to a month.
Right.
And if I can spend a week and a half of that already on paternity leave, I'm going to go, well, fucking whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, what can they do to you in 2.5 weeks?
Exactly. So they probably just stick me on guard, hopefully stick me on garden and leave for the other 2.
You get 6.8 down as well.
Although again, I've not played to it for a few months now. Actually, at one point I looked like I was going to threaten 5, but I've been shit the last few weeks.
How do you find comps? Honestly, I could never be doing my comps at all. I mean, I got that with 11, and I just hated playing comps because you're just surrounded by a bunch of guys who want to take 6 hours around, measure every putt. They're like holding a putter up to every line of every 6-footer, and you're not Tiger Woods, mate. Just crack on.
Yeah, that's what it is for me, to be honest. Ian. As soon as the pace of play drops, I can't concentrate. I mean, it's not like I've got a short attention span or anything like that. It's just when I think, right, this should be, I'm teeing off at 9. I should be in the fucking bar for 12:30, really.
Yeah.
I'm walking 4 miles tops, or whatever it is, or 4.5 miles. And then it's like dragging on to 1:30, 2, and I'm just like, fucking hell. Like my head goes, unless I'm absolutely whipping round, I don't play well. If the moment it drags on, or once it gets past that sort of 3-hour mark, that's it. Then I've lost concentration. I can't be asked.
If you're talking like 10-year, 20-year members, you know the course like the back of your hand. Why do you take? Why you could put yourself on any part of any green, on any hole, and you know where you are. You don't need to take 10 minutes over it because you've been there 20 years. You know where everything is. You know where it all goes. Just play.
Yeah, we've got this mad little setup at ours because for some reason we don't let people out before 7:20 any day, even though the sun's up at like 5 nowadays. I mean, I'd tee off at 6 in the morning if I could, no danger.
Yeah.
But 7:20, so already you've got, you're missing out on an hour and a half worth of tee times potentially. So all those people are shunted in, and then you've got the lads who go out at 7:20 and fly around in 3 hours. Brilliant, perfect pace of play. A couple of other lads go after, and then there's this fucking group of old boys, 8 o'clock every week, because you know what it's like. They turn up, oh, put my name down for next week. Do that. And every fucking week they take 5 hours. Every week, and nobody will say anything because it's all a bunch of ex-captains. It's honestly like, I say to my missus, I'm like, I am best off either playing at crack of dawn or 1 in the afternoon, because anything in between, I will be 5.5 hours minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, including 2 pints afterwards, like, but still.
The one that always got me was like, if you don't check the fixture book and you don't check your schedule, you just turn up hoping for a game. You get there and there's a shotgun on, and you just can't get out. Because every hole, obviously, shotgun 18 holes are all every tee's taken up in it, and you're absolutely.
It's just solid for 4 hours, isn't it? Yeah, it's mad.
You go home. It's got to go home.
Yeah, we have to book every single tee online. Apparently, we can't just rock up and play. I mean, I probably could do it, say like 7:30 in an evening or something, but anything between 7:20 and 6 or whatever it is has to be booked, which is it's fucking mad. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the flip side is we do get to go and play all the other Marriotts for free.
Right, that's nice.
Right, so as long as you book within a week, you can go and play like Forest of Arden for free, Bredsall Priory for free.
Christ, I'm not even going to ask you what you're paying, Christ.
What is it? So I get, well, I took my gym in as well, but I think the golf alone is 110 a month. So really, you need to be playing 4 rounds a month to get your money's worth, and at the minute, I'm not. So I feel a little bit aggrieved. I mean, I'm not even going to the gym 4 times a month, so I'm probably being ripped off at the minute. But there'll be certain weeks, so like next week, obviously, once the wife's settled and comfortable, that I will probably go gym, golf, like every single morning, and then spend all afternoon with the kids or whatever.
Christ.
But yeah, it's hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, mate. That's why I'll always take a grandkid over a normal kid, because you get to give them back. It's fucking brilliant.
Well, we had a mum down for 3 weeks. She came down just before the wife's due date. Started doing all the nesting stuff that women do. Did all of that. Stayed down for weeks. Well, lasted for a few weeks. Went back. What day are we on? Sunday. Yeah, she went back yesterday. Fucking hell, time's just like going so slowly. Went back yesterday. She's already coming down next Tuesday now. Just relent. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the help, but at some point you're just like, I need to fucking do it. Well, I say I need to do it myself, but she needs to do it herself.
Yeah, it's difficult when you got the mother-in-law or whatever, like, and they want to chip in, and sometimes it's awesome, and then sometimes it's like, let me crack on, leave me to it.
Yeah.
Can't always choose though, can you?
Well, yeah, exactly that. And I always feel a bit like, she's obviously the one going through the physical trauma and all that kind of stuff. So who am I to say, go and fuck off now, get out of the way? Oh, Steve Wright's dropped off. He's probably passed out. He does honestly, he does make me laugh, Steve, when he's like, yeah, Dudley Hill, yeah, right, yeah. And you're like, Steve, sorry, what are you saying? Hey?
I tell you what though, Dudley Hill done shite all this season, and they're 4th. Dark horses, if ever there were.
Do you know what? I've got a bad feeling about this season. Like, I feel like my Fulchester are being classic Fulchester at the minute, grinding out results, playing okay, doing whatever.
I think you're on a mission. I feel like you're on a mission this season.
I'll be honest with you, Edwards. I fucking am 100%. I feel like Ryan has tainted my reputation somewhat. Of always making the playoffs and whatever else. Fair dues. I had my car crash and stuff, so I couldn't submit teams for a couple of weeks, but I would have still expected us to make the playoffs, and we just didn't. But no, I'm properly on a mission to at least finish top 2 again this year, and that's why I'm glad I've not lost, but I should be battering Gazelles really.
I think back in the day, you set your stall out by doing bits with teams that shouldn't have done anything. So you established a reputation of knowing what you're doing, being a good manager. And then there was continual kind of consistency, and then Ryan comes along, and like I said to you, probably compromise is that all it means is nobody gets what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's back to being you, and it's like there seems to be like a motivated, single-minded line. And like tonight, you don't win, but you're like, look, I'm still in a great shape, so crack on, leave it, I think.
12, let's be honest, 12 points after 6 games ain't bad, or whatever I'm on. Like, if you can pick up nearly 2 points a game in this league, you're doing well.
Gosh,
so that's why I'm fine with that. I'm mixing up the formations. I'm not predictable. Different lads playing every week. Sound.
Well, I've picked up 1 point in 6 games, so
do you know what? Right, I'll be honest with you. I'm obviously, like, when I go on commentary, half of it's for jokes and whatever. But in all seriousness, I genuinely don't understand what's happened with your team, because formation-wise, you're not doing anything different. If you ask me, would I pick Emerton or Contra on a home save? I'd pick Emerton. I really would.
Okay.
You've got Totti, Keane, Vieira. Like, even with Clivert up top, you must be thinking, right, that's fucking silver service. That you should be banging apples. So it's almost like the game's just like, okay, you've had your time now, fuck off.
Yeah. I think sometimes the game, I feel like I'm in a bit of a Hool situation, and it's like almost like we're waiting for a manager bounce. We're waiting to get sacked and get a new manager in and get a manager bounce, all that sort of stuff. And I must admit, the whole lack of a redraft threw me. I was so ready for a redraft, and I was so ready for 11 new players, and I didn't get it. And I thought, what can I do different? I thought, right, I'm going to get rid of the best striker on the game. I'm going to get rid of my favourite player in my team. So I got rid of Contra and Sigalko. Mm-hmm. And probably a bit of bravado and a bit of, we're a top team, we can cover it. And I thought, and we should have covered it, really. And we haven't. And it's backfired, basically.
Do you know what? It's backfired so far. Like, you don't know it won't work out. Like, again, Emerton and Clivert, in this iteration, are slight downgrades, but they're not. It's not like you've replaced them with fucking. I was going to say Steve Finningham, but Steve Wright's on the call. You know what I mean? It's not like you've replaced them with fucking Moritz Volts and bloody Ali Adier or whatever, is it?
No, but the big risk was Brozek, because Brozek's obviously been shit for the whole lot of it. I thought I'll get Brozek.
It's not an AMC.
Well, I've got a home save going. I mean, in Portugal with Rio Ave, and I've got I Brozek on the right hand side of 2 AMCs, and he was fucking brilliant. I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get him in there and play that role that he's doing on my home save. And I know it's not. I know you can't. I've gone through so much testing over the past 7-8 champ seasons, Super League seasons, and it hasn't worked. And I just thought, this is a live test. I'll bring him in. I'll do it, and he's failed miserably, absolutely miserably. And probably Lopez should be in there, because he's the one who never lets me down in that position. But
Gustavo Lopez is that?
Yeah, because he's like, I don't get. Even when I was winning, even when I won the thing, I would never have too many players at the top of the individual player stats. But the one who was always there was shots on target. Gustavo Lopez was always like, you know, always bothering the opposition's keeper. And now I've got no one bothering the opposition's keeper at all.
No, I had it when I got him off Greavesy, and he said, "Oh, I can't remember who it was. I swapped for him." And he said, "Oh, it's not Claudio, it's Gustavo." I said, "Yeah, I'm happy with that, because if you get on an home save with Gustavo Lopez, he's unreal, and he just class." And I wouldn't the only thing is how some players don't transpire into this league. It's infuriating, isn't it? Big time, proper infuriating at times. And then, like, Jurgen Johnson, for me this season, he's been demic. But Zinoni was class. He got sevens, but he made a load of tackles. He did everything he needed to do. And Jurgen Johnson's been an absolute melt in that CM for me. Andy Johnson's coming back, probably going to come back in next game because it's just been crap. I can't believe how crap he's been. And that's what Stevie Finnan out for him. He covers you both sides, and I'm a bit annoyed with it a minute.
But you couldn't keep Finnan fit, was your issue, wasn't it? It was all it was. I mean, Finnan's always quality. He really is.
Yeah, he's got that though. His injury proneness is up there. He gets injured.
Yeah, his injury proneness is 18, I think, out of 20.
Yeah, it is. And that's what he does. And to be fair, it took me a while to get him over the line from you, didn't it? With down that.
Yeah, do you know what? And that's purely because I think in the back of my head, I was always like, yeah, Finnan, he always seems to be injured. Like, I haven't ever seen him do well on home saves, but I've got him on a Bolton home save now, and he's a capable deputy to, ironically, Ian Emerton. But other than that, yeah, he's not. I know you love him, Steve, and I can see why you like him, but there's I'd rather have, say, a Volodenkov over Finnan.
Yeah, you want. I mean, obviously, the level we're playing at, you obviously want more reliable people that are going to be on pitch. On an home save, I don't Nick when I say it. Obviously, got Capones and Roberto. There's not many wing backs to get the level of numbers that he gets on an home save.
This is what I honestly think, right? There's so many people in Super League who must be way better home save players than me, because I mean, deadly seriously, like, I've got a decent team with my Bolton team. I've got Maxim, I've got Riquelme, Ferguson, Undiai, I think I've now got Hoffland and Ferdinand at the back. But when I still play the likes of Roma, Lazio, Man United, Dortmund, whoever, I still have to go, right, 3 at the back, wing backs, 2 defensive midfielders, MC, like shut up shop kind of counter-attack nonsense. I only ever go at teams if they're playing some fucking weird 4-4-2 or something else. So I'd love to know what everyone's doing. And maybe I'm just like competent but not brilliant at the home save stuff. Because all these people who get 50-odd goals a season, all that, I'd fucking never done any of that.
I don't get that. I get like I can beat Roma on any given Sunday with like my current save. For like, what was it, 4 years in, I Rio Ave versus Roma in the Champions League final. I beat them comfortably. It wasn't a problem. But I don't have like I couldn't get Maxim scoring 1,000 goals in a career like some guys do. He's getting me like 3 goals every 2 games. But like, I don't ever get like in the Super League. I don't ever get like I'll beat a team with 4 goals once every 15, 16 games. I don't score 4 goals ever.
It generally takes me at least 300 games as a manager to get 1,000 goals as a team, never mind as a player. And 300 games as a manager is what, 4 seasons? 5 seasons?
But we respect you said there you play 3 at back and 4.
I do in the big game, Steve. It's only since, I used to play 3-4-1-2 on home saves. It's only since joining Super League that I've been all this whole wing backs and 2 at the back and all that stuff. And I found, like, bizarrely, like, sometimes my performance isn't as good as what it used to be with my 3-4-1-2.
That's mad, that, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
like when I was a kid, never mind the 4-1-3-2. My go-to when I was a kid it were four no defensive midfielder, 4-3-1 with an AMC, two strikers, and you think you're doing all right, but it's just as you get on, you get older, and genuinely, I mean, I think there's a couple of people, certainly more Jimbo more than most, that know more. It wasn't until me, the lockdown and stuff, realizing it took me a long time before lockdown and stuff to realize that defensive midfielders are just like overpowered massively. I never even knew that.
I didn't know any of that till Super League.
But
no, I mean, I'm playing catch up with all these. I mean, when people was like really sort of reaching out to say, got to get me in the Super League, I was like FM12. I was hammering FM12, and I never gave up. It's like a lot of people play 01 or 02, and like they thought this is the pinnacle. We don't go any further, and they play this for the rest of their lives. And like I carried on playing everything. So it was a massive learning curve for me. I had to go back and learn this game all over again. And I'm looking at certain players thinking like, this guy's shit. But yeah, of course he's shit because it was 0001 was his peak, and I'm like, I've got all this sort to figure out again. So the amount of mistakes I had to make to get to where I was able to know what I was doing again and learn everything again.
Yeah, I mean, I did delve into FM. I think 08, the last one I got to, and I just found myself thinking, you know what, it's going to be too much nowadays, let alone what it is now. But yeah, just I've said it. I'm going back to 0102, and I mean, my first one was CM3. I never played 97, 98. I went to a mate's house once, and he was playing CM2 on his Amiga, and it was right. But then I thought, oh, my mate played that great, so CM3 worked for me. And it's funny how some of the players have like evolved in that as well. Like David Collins is a Berlin on CM3, and I tell you what, I come across him because I remember playing Man United, and they're the same. So he played for and he's not like the David Collins that's in over 02. He's like proper rounded, loads of not what people call intrinsic. He was like a beast, full beast, like unreal. And then it just followed on. And then as you get the over updates and this, that, and other, and it's like we're still in as later. But yeah, it's mad. I mean, I always remember like bringing my mum's old laptop out and downloading it again, and I remember it just definitely the best one of the like the games it evolved. But yeah, I've learned. I mean, I knew a lot of players from because I were on it loads, but like some of the other players that's come up through lockdown, or people like finding community and stuff. Some of them are just like, my God, I would have never come across this guy.
It's like I think like if this were like, I don't know whether I'm a year too late, because like I think if it was 01, I see some of the names bandied about, and I know like it was someone was in the community the other day talking about Bradley Maylett, and I was like, yeah, Bradley Maylett, there's a name for you.
I think it was Roger. Because I mentioned something about an old champ, and then Roger commented back to me saying, "Is that when Brad Maylett were class?" I said, yeah.
Oh, he was. Bradley Maylett was class all the way down the right hand side. He was class.
And he does have the odd save on 0102 when he goes back to that. But I think like the one that when I went really, really into, me and my mate used to play with 99 2000. I remember starting as Palmer, and Palmer had Crespo, all them. And
that filthy UEFA Cup team.
Yeah. But I always still use sign Paul Dillon from Rotherham. I
Oh
don't know what
yeah,
happened to him.
yeah, Paul Dillon, yeah.
Yeah, he was class defender left centre, unreal. And he just, I don't know whether he retired, he got injured. He just never went forward. And yeah, it's like, so next one come out, first name, Paul Dillon, he's not there. What's going on?
Fantastic, yeah.
He was class from Paul Dillon. But
I know. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Like certain versions of the game, people's out of league signings, you know. Give another version, I'll be having like Tom Young's in there.
Michael Dunwell. He's the like crew, isn't he? Tom Young's.
Tom Young's got he got really poorly, didn't he? Tom Young's. He's like I don't know if he's still whether he's still kicking on, like, but he got some sort of motor skills illness.
Oh, that's rough.
I tell you what, that
Tom Young's.
Yeah, well, sort of CM3. That Cambridge team on CM3 was classic. Trevor Benjamin, Andy Duncan were class.
Andy Duncan was amazing. Yeah, Trevor Benjamin.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, he moved forward, and he has the old spikes on 0102, does Tom Young. But yeah, he was great, man. I used to love him. And used to be take over Cambridge, you didn't have to make any signings at all.
No.
But I think that was the same from, like I say, that CM on Amiga, my mate, he always used to start with Cambridge, and I think that sort of followed through a little bit. But yeah, we're you know anything, they went forward when they went into 0102, they went into a forward right left centre. It's not worse than having a player that's a forward right left centre, is there? Like, where do you put him? Unless you're looking at it, where he can play, where do you put him? Be like Tato was like tonight. He's an attacker.
Yeah,
that's it. He's an attacker. But on earlier versions, on CM3, like he's really young, he's unreal, but he's a midfielder as well as that, and he's like, yeah, it's.
That's why I've got Zlatan Muslimovic in my reserves, because like you just cling on to some guys, and you know they're not going to do it for you, but you want to give them a go, but they just don't quite, don't quite get there for you.
Yeah, he's another one, man. The CM3, absolute god, like that's goal machine.
Yeah,
and yeah, and he has the odd saves where he's like his stats go, but I think he's one of them. I think he's got on 0102. I think he's got a 150 ability ceiling, so he can have the saves where he goes okay. But yeah,
see, I don't like. I haven't got the time or the inclination to look into it in such detail. So my you know, a lot of mine goes on like time served and like what's worked in the past and who's got what out of certain guys, and you know, and I think that's why like I know like Clivert, people have got stuff out of Clivert, and I thought I'll have a look at him, because otherwise it was like going back to Crespo, and I thought if I'm getting Brozovic, I'm probably not getting Crespo. And it left me like a little bit with less options, because I mean, let's face it, there's not that many like marquee strikers that are guaranteeing you anything. Otherwise it's like a shot in the dark at Super League level.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back when I let Craig have Roy Keane early days. Obviously, the thing is, when you come in naive, I don't know if Mac was the same. Did you come in like mid-season, Mac? I think me took over Joe.
Well, I started watching it mid-season when Joe was Parma boss, and then he left, and Martin gave me that job. So I had the new season to start with, if memory serves.
Yeah, but it's one of them, like, you come in and you think you know the game, and you have your players you like, and I've never liked Roy Keane, but as much as I've watched, I watched Super League loads before I joined. I watched most of it that was streamed, and then Craig come to me and said, "Oh, I want Roy Keane." I said, "What are you offering?" And he said, "I'll give you Christian Vaughns and Luca Toni." And on the face of it now, from what Tony's done since, I probably should have played from the start, in fairness. And I probably should have played Christian Barnes. Christian Barnes is a pretty good defender. And it probably wasn't as bad a deal as it seemed that I got piss taken out of me for. But then I did fall lucky with Kieran didn't want players that he'd had before. He said, I want to talk to you about Cole of the Asher kind. I said, oh, all right, what are you offering? He just comes straight at me and said, oh, yeah, I can have this for him. All right, yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. But then, funny enough, we were talking about Brett Emmons after that. Obviously, things were happening, players were moving. I went to him and I said, oh, are you interested in letting Brett Emmons go? He said, you can fuck off. Well, you come with me. You come with me and give me damage for money. You know, it was funny though. I was laughing when he said, funny.
I do remember when you come in though, Mac, and it was like, I think you were on a hiding to nothing, because I think like Joe's last season, he was actually getting some decent results out of not an amazing team. He was always famous for finishing 7th. And you came in and people were expecting you to sort of like, you do well if you continued this recent good season that Joe had. And you did obviously quite comfortably. And then now you're obviously setting standards for yourself, which is like quite dangerous.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, if you don't shoot for the stars, you'll never leave the earth, or some other weird paradoxy parable. Yeah, do you know what it worked? Because again, I didn't know who Nicky Franco were, and I sold him for Joe Cole and Riquelme, I think, to Hodgie, which I was like, I've absolutely robbed him blind. But everybody in Super League thought I'd been stitched over. Yeah, Cole and Riquelme arguably fired me. Cole, Riquelme, and Nedved, sorry. Oh, excuse me. Arguably fired me to the final that year, and then in the playoffs, what did I do? I just seen, because a lot of the teams there were quite settled. So like Kieran at Churchtown played the same way. Andreas at Valen played the same way. I think it was only Hodges Ardsley that I relied on a Barthez Mare to beat him at home 3-0 or something that I needed to do. But other than that, like I didn't really do anything spectacular. I just played that 2-7-1 that I sort of started with wingers. Always played with wingers since, and then is what it is. But I don't know. I think I'll be honest with you. I kind of fell out with Joe a little bit because I thought he was overly harsh and critiqued me quite a bit, and couldn't wait until I'd lost a game to pile in and be like, "Oh, you're ruining my Parma team," blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I was a bit like, "Well, actually, I've achieved more with them than you ever have. So let's just calm down here."
I think there's a couple. There's a couple of lads who have left the Super League who regretted leaving it.
Yeah, and I definitely get the vibe that he did.
Yeah, I think so. I think because he came back, I think he thought because it was like a bit of a closed shop and like it was quite easy to get your job back if you spat your dummy out, sort of thing. And then like all of a sudden there was like more people watching and more people applying for jobs and that sort of stuff. And like, and quite rightly, chairman thinking like, you've had your chance, let's give it to someone else. And I think Joe was like, oh shit, you know, I'm gone now. Let's just and especially like he found his platform from Mega Save. He's got a lot of followers and he can sort of say stuff and people can join in and his opinion counts for something. And you know, I got a lot of time for Joe. I mean, I like him, and I'm you know, I don't fall out with many people, and I still have a good crack with Boise and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think it definitely affected him. Like, oh shit, I'm not involved anymore, and I'm like, I'm not getting a job anytime soon. And there was definitely with that, and you can sort of like with that freedom of knowing that you're not getting back in, you can throw your opinions around a bit, can't you? You know.
Well, that's it. I genuinely think that were the crux of when he tried kicking up fuss, you know, about people's tactics and stuff, because he were a connoisseur of whatever you want to call it, playing there were 5 DMs, and it's like, well, you know what, things have moved on, and it genuinely like
He rattled
I've
people.
watched,
Then you look at Scott threw a season away,
yeah,
didn't he?
yeah.
He absolutely from that game. What was the third game in the season, fourth game in the season, just threw it away.
Definitely, and it's like you try to put. The thing is, I get Scott's point, but why did you just ignore it and just like focus on? I mean, same as you, I've come from a point of I don't know how the bloody hell this last season happened. Definitely, I don't after finishing 3 seasons prior, 213 to 111, but I just think like because they hadn't got that direct link that they used to have. Like I said, you were like attacking. It felt like you were attacking people. I don't get that sin. Like we played my team that I'm secretary of at rugby played Beverley yesterday, and I wasn't there. But I'd have still said if I were going there yesterday, I'd have said to him, "Look, we played Beverley. I'll be over it," and I would do because I'm not in the whole thing of. I mean, I was probably one of the most interactive people that I spoke with, like my early days of finding the community to a sense, and I spoke to him a lot. Same with Boise. And obviously after the final, straight in my DMs with Boise. Like, so he obviously offers and watches. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is it's
Oh, he
good that
does.
the guys that set it up are still having a look and just over and over what happened. But yeah, he was straight messaging me, and but yeah, he's just he's like chastising how people play and this that and other because he does these boring saves with Martin playing 3 at back, which I totally get. I proper totally get. I mean, I'm going to take over. Just went from Dan this season. I've nearly finished it, and I'm going to abide by his rules. But it's yeah, it's, we're all saying we all play a game. We all look game. Why? Like, I mean, I remember my first game. I remember I played Ian my first game. I lost 1-0, and he had one shot on target. I had one shot on target. I think I had 14 attempts with that. I had 10 on target. Absolutely battered him. But he was alright. He was like a learning curve. But the only thing was, posting my formation like you do, and like Timmy, like commenting on it, saying, because it was his formation. It's not
Yeah,
really, is it?
Timmy's like thing is with Timmy, like you've got like it's like if you follow his Twitter account, you've only really got 3 things. It's like who he doesn't like, what people are doing wrong, or what he's up to, and that's it. It's like you can't like. I get to a certain age now, like I feel like I'm, and like I interact less because like a lot of I can't be doing with like stuff being so opinionated and all that sort of stuff because like I just sort of think when I was a kid, Mum would say, if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything. So these days, I generally just don't say anything because like I look around and like if I want to comment on something, it's probably not going to be very nice. So I just don't say anything. And
well, for you to say you don't want to comment because it's not going to be nice, this is a lot about what you're seeing. In fairness, because you're like
because like a lot
nice,
because it is, it's all just like everything's just confrontational or I used to be so opinionated and now I just can't be bothered. I can't. So I don't know. I just can't because I guess I'm getting old and getting different priorities. I don't know. I just can't engage in that as much anymore.
But then, like I say, I'm not judging people, mate. I've been in the place where I could be just quite easily when I work 35 stone, this, that, and other. And the fact that he's like obviously split up his missus hard to go through. I get it, massively. I've been through that. Wife had an affair, and it's like the fact that he's gone out, like, and then put on Twitter, asking for people that are about. Does anybody know anybody that's got any gear going about? Then he's trying to sell trainers to get a bed for his new house. You know what I mean? It's like the thing is, more than all, you feel sorry for him that he's in that situation. Even though, like, he gave me a load of shit before my first game against Ian, where he champed me massively for playing his formation, and I just didn't. But then I didn't react to it. I said, fair enough. That's all I said. Just fair enough. And it's like,
I can't remember my first game. I know I lost it. I must have lost it because I lost all. I inherited such a bad team. I lost all my games at the start. My B-Tech team was awful, and I couldn't. Boise tried his hardest to say, "Don't take this team. I'll give you the next team." And I was like, "No, I'm all right. I'll take it. I'm happy. No pressure. I'll take it." And they were bloody awful.
How did you end up with all Galacticos then? Was that a redraft?
Yeah, I had 5 or 6 guys coming in. Like I thought, I worked really hard in my first transfer market, and I had some good guys coming in, and it was a redraft. So I had half a season with my first B-Tech team, and I had Del Piero coming in, Ronaldo, I had Tomasi coming in, and I'd worked really hard on it, and yeah, they announced a redraft. That was always my beef with Jamie. Jamie was like, always redraft. And I'm like, let's just keep it organic. Let's just and even now, this is quite opposite to what I would normally say this season. I wanted the redraft this season. I think that's probably because I'd won it, and then on top of winning it, I'd failed to. I'd failed to defend it, so all the options had gone. I thought, yeah, why not? Let's keep it fresh and let's do something new. If because I like defending it, I put everything into defending it, which is where the Vieira deal came from, which massively backfired. I mean, what idiot does Vieira for Jeremy's and Samuel? Samuel was massive for me. He was huge, and getting rid of him was a joke. But once I'd lost that, I was like massively up for a redraft because I thought I've bollocksed up the last transfer market, and let's have something interesting, which everyone else probably wants as well. And I think probably Fifey was probably the only one who wanted to crack on as is. I think most people probably wanted a redraft.
Yeah,
I'd have been all right with one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I never am. I'm always Mr. Organic. And yeah, when it came along with the B-Tech team, and I've got this fantastic team coming in, and then it's a redraft. I had one redraft where I was on holiday and I couldn't make any deals. And yeah, but my Galacticos, it wasn't a proper Galacticos because from 1 to 11 minus the number 9, I had a great team, and I think I had Palermo up front. It was all right, and it should have been good enough. And I just I treated it like a home save. I had so many so many instructions, individual team instructions. And I just think the way you succeed in this league is asking your players to do as little as possible. Less instructions, the better. Just keep it simple. And
I agree.
Again, it comes back to you've got to make enough mistakes to learn. And guys on long shots and play right, left, centre, and all this sort of stuff. You just keep it
Simple.
Keep it trim, keep it simple. Don't ask them to do anything. Just Pick the best guys. Ask them to do nothing. Play.
Excuse me.
Sorry, mate.
No,
I
no,
was
no,
that boring.
don't say no, it's not that. I might have to get to bed soon. It's just because I know I'm in front
You
of
wanna
a
go drop off?
maybe sleepless night. But do you know what, Ian? That's my philosophy. I don't overcomplicate it. Like when Ryan had come in, he'd be doing all this changing and arrows here, there, and I'm like, no. Players out of position. No, I'm like, generally, if somebody's attributes suit the role I need them to do, i.e., does my winger run and cross the ball? Yes. So is their dribbling, pace, and crossing decent? Yes. Fine. That's it. I don't give a fuck what their aggression is. I don't care what their acceleration is, the flair, their anticipation, blah 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 blah. Don't matter. When they've got the ball at their feet, can they do what I ask? Yes or no?
Well, that's
Fine.
it, because
They play.
like you've only got like so many transfers at the start, so you're stuck with these guys.
Yeah.
So you've got to just like play a standard way of playing. And to be honest, mate, that's what I'm doing now. I'm not asking my guys to do an awful lot. I think my problem now, I've started this. Well, it's not even starting this season on the wrong foot. This is what I've got now is endemic from like 10 games in from last season. This is like when Greavesy won the thing by like not winning any games.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
that's why I thought I still had a chance last season, because I wasn't winning any games, but I wasn't losing any games. And if it wasn't for like a last minute goal against Churchtown, I could still have won last season by being awful, by being shit, but just not, by just getting by. And but what I've got this season now is properly cemented in last season, and I must be like 14 games without a win, but I can't do anything now. I'm stuck. I'm absolutely stuck, because like I'm just chasing and I'm making changes, and you probably should take 3 or 4 defeats with the same system and just plow on, but I just can't do shit at all.
Well, I'm gonna pop off and get myself to bed. I'm a bit tired.
All right, no worries, Steve. Cheers. See you later, lad.
I'm playing you next, Macca, I think.
No.
Maybe.
I've got Dragons in the political Twitter derby, I think.
Week after.
Let's just place on record as the ends a Zoom call awake.
Yeah.
Well, this is it's a new thing.
New territory for you, man.
See you later, lads.
All right, see you later, mate.
Cheers, mate.
All right. That's it for me, Ian. I think like we'll leave it on this actually, because I probably need to get to bed sooner as well. I don't know, like your formations obviously worked, right? And a lot of the personnel within it have worked. I don't know. I just think, what have you got to lose at this point in time? Like, why not throw a spanner in the works as such, but an interesting spanner, like play Robin, Totti, and Brozek behind Clivert or something like that, or I don't know. I have to see your full squad and whatever. But I mean, don't take my word for it. You've won the thing. I haven't. You know better than me. But it's just one of those where I'm like, I cannot work out what is going on with your team. So part of me thinks, right, do you need to sort of fuck about with the game's algorithm and just do something to like break the hoodoo?
Yeah, do you never?
It's more superstition than anything, I think.
Do you never ever feel? You probably haven't, because you've always been like competitive and you've always had that thing. This is the first time I've ever had this situation where it doesn't matter how many shots on goal I have, it doesn't matter how much I dominate a 20-30 minute period, I know I'm not scoring. And I know that the first time that the ball comes in my direction, I am conceding. But even when I was BTEC and I was garbage, I had Cherno Samba up front season 4. And if he shot on goal,
it was a goal.
It hit the back of the net.
Yeah.
And now I've got Clivert, I've got all those guys. The ball is not going to hit the back of the net, and I know that. and I feel as almost I'm in the Jens situation where I'm waiting to be sacked in order to be, in order to like have my fortunes change. I don't know, but which I don't want. I'd rather finish 14th and not get sacked.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, well, Jens switched to the standard 4-1-3-2, and that had some success for a while, didn't it? And then he switched to the more classic sort of rocket ship shape.
When he went 4-1-3-2, he had 3 or 4 wins on the trot, and they played me, and I played an AML and an AMR, and battered him.
And what have I been saying tonight about that? I've mentioned it about 3 or 4 times. I'm dropping hints. The AML, right? Everyone's playing fullbacks pushing up or wingers, right? So I think at the minute there is a potential exploitation point within Super League of an AML and an AMR that cut in to make it 3 at the top versus your 2 centre halves. Because if you've got the with ball, I'm of the understanding that because you've got arrows on the AML, AMR, the centre halves will pick those up. So therefore your front man who's normally on his own will be free. Yes, the opposition fullbacks will then be free as well in case you lose the ball. But in theory, I think that's how the marking system works within the game engine. So as long as you can then devise a way to get the ball there. I mean, essentially, do you know what? You almost need to play a sort of 2-4-3-1 of sorts. If you know what I mean. Like playing AML, AMC, AMR, FC, maybe a centre midfielder, and then if you want to play your wing backs, DML, DMC, DMR, and then 2 centre backs, maybe try that. I don't know. That might leave you a bit narrow against some of the teams that overload midfield, like myself, like Martin, like Bostock to a degree. But I don't know, it might just be worth testing on a home save, see how you get on. Because like I said, I whip out that same formation sometimes against the big guns. And I've battered Lazio with it, who were a bit of a nemesis for me recently.
I think I'm going to struggle now with my the setup I've got at home on the Mac. I can't get anything to work on a Mac. And I've had smuts in my DMs, try to get it all to work so I could like do editing and all that sort of shit. And like I used to get it to work no problem. It was great, and like smuts couldn't figure it out either, especially with the starter pack. And he got the guy. He says, "Right, I'm going to get the guy who's like in charge of it all, and he's going to sort us out." And he couldn't sort us out. So now I do all my testing on like home saves that I've got on the go, which I'm obviously bossing.
And you're already several years in and stuff.
Everything's working. So I'm trying to find like saves that I've got on the go that are 5 seasons in, and thinking like who have I got here and who's equivalent and who's quite similar, and can I get something to work, you know? And it's always the same. You need 3 or 4 games with something, and I'm just chasing, and I am. And this season, to my detriment, I haven't had the balls to stick with something that's not working for 3 or 4 games and just let it work. I'm twisting too quick.
Yeah, but I was going to say, you're not at that point now, though. You've essentially done the same thing with your more traditional formation for like 6 games now. Like, you've not tweaked too much, have you? So, excuse me, you've not done like proper surgery, have you?
My big tweak was I wanted to play this season 2 up top.
Yeah.
Which is why I brought Cliver in. And now I think now, in actual fact, I might be looking at dropping Cliver completely, possibly even dropping Totti completely, and going back to 1 up top, like you say, 3 behind. But I think the 3 behind will have to not include Totti. Probably even dropping Keane, as much as everyone was slagging Keane off, but Keane's still putting 8s in. So I just don't know. I don't know. It's a struggle, but I mean, the worst thing you can do is win the thing because you rest on your laurels and you think you can try other stuff, and once you fail to defend it, then you can try anything else because you're a Super League winner, and it's like, you know,
you're a select club. You're part of a select club at that point in time. Do you know what I mean your entrance is always guaranteed?
I know, but it was a hard-earned thing. But I look back on it now when I won the thing, and I properly fell over the line. It wasn't like one of those Bolton wins where you just knew he was going to win it, or it wasn't like a Haller where they were scoring 5 every week, regardless of whether you think he knew what the opposition's tactics were or that sort of stuff. I look back on it now, and when I won it, it was properly hard earned because every game was like by a goal, and you just shitting yourself every minute of every game. So yeah, I haven't got that in me anymore. I don't think.
What to grind out those kind of results, or to do?
I don't think I have. I don't think I have. I think you're looking for something different, and you're looking for like, I want to score 3 goals or 4 goals in a game, which I never ever do.
I know, but I tell you what, man, I'm very much so. This year, I've approached it with win at home, don't lose away.
But you're one of you like Dudley are comfortably one of the best away teams in the league.
Yeah, but if you remember a couple of seasons back, I was pure home form. I was a home form monster. I basically, out of 13 games, won 12 at home, lost, I think, 10 away, but somehow still got into the playoffs.
Really?
Yeah. There's one season where I think of the 26 games, I got 36 points from home games, and somehow I think I only got 41 points total, or something absurd like that.
Okay. I always had you down as being like so hard to play when I'm at home, and you're such a good away team.
That might be because it's normally playoffs, and I normally shut up shop in playoffs.
Maybe. I don't know. I think I would fancy you this season. I would just say that, like I said, Dudley have done. I know he acts all like you sort of think with like his 2 sheets to the wind or whatever.
No. I wind Steve. I mean, I get on with Steve. He's lovely. I've met him for a pint and stuff. But I wind him up saying he's like Carl Froch, keep talking about his Wembley moment. Like he's going, when I won it last year.
I know, but he's like he's done now this season, has he? But he's his 4th.
It's like Greavesy as well. Greavesy got fucking bummed off Alf, and yet he's still there. It's annoying. Like Dragons have played or been involved in a lot of entertaining games, but they're actually like what 9th or 10th now.
Yeah,
it's such an odd one. I think we're still being recorded here, by the way.
It's don't lose, isn't it? Don't lose. That's your issue. And I'm
exactly.
I'm losing all the time. I'm not even scraping draws. I'm not getting more than if you're in a game and you get as much as you deserve or more than you deserve, you're doing great. But I'm getting genuinely less than I deserve.
Yeah, I can see that. I'd be absolutely fucking raging, to be honest, because it's not like you're turning up having no shots every game or 1 shot on target. You are generally going to over the opposition and doing all right.
This is the first season. This is the first week we've been awful.
Yeah, true.
Every other week we should have got something.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is only the first week you've been beat convincingly.
Oh, awful! Yeah, and what rubs it in is like, I remember when Dari Hussein was in Dimble's reserves, and Dimble come crawling to me for Mario Stanic, and I says, "You can have him." He says, "Yeah, but I can't just take him. I've got to give you someone back for him." I said, "Well, give me whoever. I don't care. He's not getting my team. I'm not bothered." And in the meantime, I was messaging for out of league players to Fifey, can I have some screen grabs of Dari Hussein? And by the time he got back to me, God knows how many weeks later, Dari Hussain's at Churchtown. By which time I've already given bloody Mario Stanic
Stanic
away,
away,
got nothing back. I could have had Darius in my team. But anyway.
Anyway, he could have done a job for you. Who knows?
Not to worry. Are you about for the meetup?
Well, in July, I've said provisionally yes, but yeah, you know, she's out the night before, and I've got both kids, so I can't see why I can't do the day after. So yeah, I should be all right for that, and that'd be decent. Although I imagine the football might not be a brilliant standard.
No, I can still play. I can play. I'm all right. Like I strut around the beach today with my lads, and like I'm showing them a few things, and I'm actually quite pleased with myself.
I am well. I've got to say, I'm very much. I talk a better game than I play. I'm bang average. Me, I'm very much like get in the way, block the ball, give the ball to the better players, but occasionally think I'm Pirlo. That's it. I can't shoot. I occasionally play a decent pass, but other than that, I just get in the way. I just make it difficult. That's all I do. Like just one of them, you know, them players you don't like playing against.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I'm one of them. That's all it is. Like a fucking Pepe or a Carvalho.
A destroyer.
Well, not even that. I haven't got the mobility to be a destroyer. I'm just one of those awkward fucking centre halves that annoy you, and that's it. That's all I've got in my game. Just annoyance.
Well, I'll be Gaza, but like I'm not Italian 90 Gaza, and I'm not 2022 Gaza completely destroying.
As long as you're not bucket of chicken, roll more, Gaza, you're fine, mate.
No, I'm somewhere between. I'm definitely being hacked by the Daily Mirror Gaza, but I'm not sure what year it is. But yeah, I'm somewhere around there.
Right. Oh, bloody hell. Well, it's getting late, and I do need to be up in about 6 hours actually.
Nice one, mate.
So I'm going to drop off, mate. But lovely chatting to you, Ian.
Nice one, mate. All right, I'll see you in a bit.
See you later, mate. Bye, bye, bye.